Welcome. Hope you have a good Saturday, and welcome back. I'm doing good. Couple of things. I said I was gonna do some resampling. I didn't have time to do that. I woke up really late today, and I didn't have time to do anything. In terms of working on the track, I did do a little bit of cleaning up before the stream, so we should be good. I think today we are gonna have to do some sound design though, some like resampling maybe, or we can do. Yeah, well, I guess we need to work on the drop as well. We need to start working on a drop for this track. I have an idea though, for something that I want to do. I want to slightly change up the chord progression. I was going through some loops before the stream, and I found one loop that is kind of like a guitar loop. But it has a chord progression that is similar to what I was doing, but it's slightly different, and I think it will work a lot better. So I'm probably gonna switch that out a little bit. Let me switch to the other view. I'll play what we have first. I did switch a couple of things up, and I removed a couple of things, so it might sound a little empty, but what? What are you talking about? A shout out, Joe. Anyways, let's see. So the intro is definitely gonna change. Good evening, Max. So here I want to change the chord progression. Ever so slightly. And I think it would be really fun, instead of doing, because I had a 16 bar gap here yesterday, I shortened it to 8 bars so that we're gonna go straight into basically the build. And then we're gonna go into a drop, which is very empty right now. No, Joe, people who ask for shoutouts won't get a shoutout. Simple as that. Plus, why would I have to give you a shoutout? Anyways, let's think. So I found a loop, and yes, it is a cymatics loop, so I am probably not gonna use loop itself just for that reason, because there's so many people that have these packs. But I found this one, and I really like the sound of it. It's like a guitar kind of thing. Oh wait, there's something on it. There's a beat repeat on it, because I was messing around. And I really like the underlying chord progression of this. So what I'm doing is oh shit, nice. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Max, for the 15 euros. That's a good donation. Thanks a lot. I'm gonna try today to get some good work in for the stream. I don't have to work this weekend, so I can stream until, well, at least 1 a.m. Maybe even 2 a.m. We'll see how the stream goes. But yeah, like what I'm saying, like I was doing a chord progression here. Let's not get too sidetracked for now, right away. And the bass notes are doing A, because we are in A minor, which is kind of an odd key for drum and bass, but I kind of like the sound of the scale, so it kind of works. And I was doing A to G and then to E. And every time when I was doing melodies on top with, I think I removed it. I think it was in here. Yeah, I did some other things now, but I was doing some stuff in here. And every time when I was doing a melody with the higher notes, I wanted on this last chord. Sorry. I wanted the high note to go to A. But it sounded really weird because the bass note was always E there. So I was like, it doesn't really work when I go to A, so I had to go to G instead, which is the what is that? The minor third? Yeah, the minor third of E. And I was like, that kind of works, but it felt a lot of times like it wanted to go to A. So when I found that loop, in that loop, that is actually what's happening. It also starts on A, but it starts on the same chord as what I was doing. But then it goes on the second chord, it doesn't go to G, but it goes to D. So there it goes to D, and there it goes up again, but not to E, but to F. And when we go up to F, the major third of that is A. So then it would make sense if it's an F chord underneath it. So D, F, A. And that is, in my opinion, a really interesting chord progression that would also make this work quite well. So what I'm probably gonna do is keep the progression that I have like this. Like, I'm not gonna use the same timing as that one has. But these ones are gonna end up on F, and these ones need to go to D. And then we need to figure out if we probably need to change some other stuff as well. So in here, I'm probably gonna just redo the entire thing, but let's just quickly check. Let's move these to D, and these to F, and then we have to change these as well. Let's move those to A. D and B would also work, because that implies that it's kind of like a B minor. It's kind of cool, but inverted. Yo, thanks, Blind Camel. I mean, I'm just working on tracks myself, and D and B will also work. Yeah, I think this is going to be really good for this chord progression, for this track as well, because D and F are going to be so much easier to use for drum and bass than A, right? Because A is quite high, but I think it could work really well if in the drop we do like a high A note that then drops down to D in the bass, and then for the second part of the phrase of the drop, I guess, it goes up to that F. And those two notes work really well with bass, and then we just need to do like a little cool thing with that A at the start of the drop. And then we can do a very similar thing in the drop as well. And I think that would work a little bit better. I also like it more because when I hear the progression that I had before, like that, it's just not an interesting progression. So in the drop, we're probably not going to have all the higher stuff on top of it, but we're probably just going to have the bass itself, right? So it needs to be an interesting melody for the bass as well. Otherwise, it's just going to sound like shit when we get to the drop. And I don't really like that. But that to that, it's a little bit more interesting. Especially if we start getting actual good patches for it. Let's see what we get now. We need some stuff here on top of it. And this one is probably still not right, because these top notes... Okay, I'm gonna... Let's just remove all of this. And Okay, that is kind of good. And here, I'm probably gonna do that here, honestly. That's kind of good for the build, I think. The drums are just temporary. At least the break here, it's just a bit of a break, but it's too much for what I'm doing here. I kind of don't want this here. Maybe the pattern is good, but then in a different sound. The drums here are already pretty alright, but I might want to do something slightly different. I do have an idea of what I want to do here. I kind of want to, like, what this is already doing, I kind of messed it up now. If I delete this and just copy this real quick, at least for now, so that we have a regular pattern going here, and then we'll do that into let's see, that is and that down. Yeah. Then in this gap right here, so I'm not sure if we are gonna have the full-on kick drum build here, but for now it works, so. And this one can probably change as well. I kind of want to put in a little bit of a note somewhere that is slightly different. Oh, we could do it here. Switch to harmonic minor for a little bit here, for that one section. I think that could be pretty cool for the build section. Because it kind of switches up for a little bit, and then we go back into the regular minor as soon as the drop hits. Now, let's think. It's a loop. Yeah, it's a loop. It's just, it's handy to just quickly figure out what kind of works and what doesn't work. A lot of these things are loops too, even though they're made by me. But there is some extra stuff here. It's just there to kind of fill it up right now. Just listen to what it would sound like with some good drums. But these drums I kind of already like a little. The pattern is pretty much what we need. Just need to work on it, but. And a high content. Okay, so. I really like this new chord progression though. This definitely works quite well. It has a better a better vibe in general. There's already sidechaining happening on these groups right here. But it's happening automatically. Like, I have my kick channel here, and the MIDI of the kick channel is also being fed into the sidechain for the kick channel by selecting it here. At least for now, right? So, like, sometimes you don't want a sidechain happening on every kick, so I might go in later and remove this and put in actual clips for where I want the sidechain to be. But when I'm just working like this, I always have it set up like this, because then automatically if I move a kick drum here, or let's say I put another kick drum here, there's automatically going to be sidechain for that kick. So it's going to be really easy when you're just working. You don't have to worry about it. And the same thing for the snare channel. That one is hooked up to this one right here. And in that sense to the compressors on these groups here that are just going to duck everything down. Okay, let's think. So that soul wave thing here, it's fine for now, but if we're gonna do this, it needs something on top. I'm not sure what yet. Some resampled bits or something. I guess it works for now. And then in this gap, what I'm feeling here is like a little drum roll going into the drop. Like, and that kind of starts here, I think, so that we have like a little roll and then probably a snare here going into the drop. I think that could be pretty cool. And I think it would be smart if we make some drums, like an actual kit with addictive drums or something, and then we can really make it the way we need it. How does it sound now if we put that loop in just for fun? Let's see. It's a different progression, it's a different timing, so it won't work. Okay, good to know. Okay, I feel like on the end there it needs to do something different. Let's see. I want to see what it sounds like if we take some strings. Just grab this one for now. Okay, it kind of works. And then I would probably fade that in so that it starts with almost no strings, and kind of comes up. And the vocals a bit much as well. Let's see. What do we got? Let's do maybe a bit of low pass filtering here. Or I'm just gonna turn it off for now. I know it's too loud, but we need to EQ it and I need to do mod wheel automation, so I'm just gonna make it a little louder and then we can bring it back. Let's grab that one. So that we have our mod wheel right here. There's also sidechaining happening on this one, so I might want to make a group where there's no sidechaining on the elements. I'm obviously gonna have to tweak these quite a bit, but this'll do for now. I'll just bit like that maybe. Can also go up a little maybe on these. This one a little bit slower, so we got these will be tweaked and made sure that it sounds proper, but this will do. And then a little bit more on here maybe, or maybe take them out here. Let's just take them out. quickly do this as well. Okay, let's see. See, it's also a bit much because we have that break here. So it's easy to overdo this one because that break is taking up so much volume. But let's see. It's gonna get too loud, I think. Yeah. This one is also quite loud. Let's see. Let's go into a synth. Let's see what we get. I went through Pigments and I saved a lot of presets that I like. It's kind of nice. So I haven't done all the categories yet, but I did go through quite a few. Where are the pads? There. Right here. That's more for like single notes. I mean, it's my own preset, but kind of works. That's nice. Okay, that's good. I like that. But then I wanted to come in, so let's see. Probably gonna. Let's see. Echo 1 is the fade in, yeah. Wait, why not? Okay. There we go. Let's do that. And then let's take this one. Bring it up a bit. Something like that. Yo, EXO. This chord progression is a lot better though, even though it's still very basic at the moment with just a couple of sine waves. Chord progression is a lot better than what we had before. Okay, so this thing... if I take this one, we can... do this. It could be every style of music without drums. I guess, yeah. We have a low pass filter in here. Let's do... let's see what, first of all, how much does that do? Oh, hey, there we go. I made this preset myself. I don't even remember what it does. Okay. Oh, we got a whole another engine, so let's see what we can do here. Let's try some... Actually, no, let's not do that in this one. Let's just make another track. Let's see. Let's just grab a pigments. I'm just gonna grab this whole section. Can we? Yeah, we can. Okay, nice. Then I'll use this one. We might not even need the sine waves at all. Or we keep them and we high pass this a little. I'm gonna go and group this real quick. Let's cut that automation and map that to macro 1. I'm just gonna rename that to low pass filter, and then we're just gonna drop that automation right in here so that I can see what it actually is, because otherwise it's just gonna say macro 1. Yeah, great, thanks. So let's see. It goes a little bit too far up right now, so Like, it definitely needs to go up, but only for a really short moment here. Then... Okay. Let's see. Should we do to it? We can use this third one as an FM oscillator, so we can say, for instance, set this to a sine, and I don't know, do plus 12, and if we do this, it's gonna FM that one, so... We can mess around with that. Maybe do plus 7? Maybe go up to 19. I quite like the tone that that gets. Let's listen to that without the unison. So, without the unison and no drift. Let's turn the filter off. Do you hear those weird inconsistencies that it's creating? Those weird kind of movements? That's awesome. That's gonna help so much in the final sound. That's gonna make it really interesting. Listen to how some chords suddenly become really unstable, which is quite interesting. Oh, nice. Oh yeah, of course, because I'm using those two both. Okay, so let's turn this back on. So you can still kind of hear it a little. Let's maybe do 3 voices so that we can hear it a little bit more. And then let's turn this back on. See, it's really as a top layer to those other notes right here, and to this one. It's kind of more something to add to it, to kind of fill it up and add some harmonics to it towards the end. I don't think we need the strings at all. Like, it's cool, but I don't think this is the track for it. I think this is the track to just stick with synths stuff, because this sounds kind of cool. Now, what kind of drums are going to be in this section, though? That's quite a question. And, like, there's maybe a little bit too many low mids, or, like, mid frequencies in this whole thing. Especially when they combine together, but that's where some group processing would come in handy. Like, I don't know, maybe some FabFilter Pro Q. And do some dynamic EQ, so that when these frequencies here get louder, it starts taking them down more, so you can really balance it out a bit, and that way you can really control things. Because here it sounds fine, but as that saw comes up, you can see here we get some really loud peaks. Right, so we might want to do some dynamic EQ in this area. And then we can use the threshold here. And see, right here in this section, it's now not doing anything. Because it's not hitting that threshold. And here, when the saw wave starts coming up, it starts responding. See how much of a difference that makes, and it is just really quickly done, but like those kind of things are definitely going to be needed to make multiple of those elements kind of work together. But just really quickly, I think that will work. Now, what kind of drums are we going to do here? Because like this pattern is a bit much, I feel. And then here, see, so that saw wave could maybe continue still. Because this is like the little gap into the build, I guess, so... And I feel like this saw is a bit much here, so let's just bring this down a bit. Okay. Yo, Butney. Welcome. I need to bring this up a bit. See, that's what we're gonna have. We're gonna have that last chord come rising up again towards the drop. I guess we're getting into the build-up section now. We can figure out that first section of the track later. Because I'm probably just gonna resample, like I said yesterday at the end of the stream, just resample some bits that we have. And then just make some ear candy out of that. With like some granular portal stuff or, I don't know, something like that. That usually gets like the inspiration for the ear candy bits going, so... That's fine. And then we're gonna go into the drop. And we have plenty of time today, so I think we're gonna get some drop stuff going. I have an idea for it, so just need to get the build going a little bit so we can feel how it needs to be. I'll just leave these drums in. I'm just gonna make them a little bit quieter so that they're just a bit... Or I can just quickly find something else, but... The one thing I really don't like from this break is that hat that's in there. Listen to the high end of the break. That hat is just... I don't know. I don't like that hat pattern in this break. Like, what I think could work much better here would be, you know what? Let's try that out real quick. I'm gonna... quickly do... Let's make an audio track. And just set the input to the drums group. Post effects so we don't get it brought down in volume. And I'm just gonna record this one here. Okay, like that, that should be enough. And then we'll just drop that back in here. And let's grab... I can grab that filtering rack that I made. Effect racks, filters. Let's grab this one. This is basically just 16s, yeah. Okay, so I can just set this to 16s and do one shot. It's gonna sound a little weird because of the kick, but it'll work for now. Just so we have some thing going here. Actually, let me turn the loop on. And go up 7 semitones or something. Now I know it's low pass, but... Oh, that's the resonance. Low pass here. That transition is not good yet, but I mean that already works a little bit better than what we had, because this pattern is just more like the pattern that we get in the drop. Although I do think it needs to be slightly different. Maybe if we just go to the regular pitch. Maybe I should... It kind of needs to be the same pattern, but with a lighter snare. The snare's just too much, because it's the snare from the drop. And I'm not even sure if that's going to be the snare that we're going to use. It really depends on the bass sounds. I guess we're just going to make some bass then. Oh, this still has the old progression, so let's go. I'm gonna go check real quick. We have this chord rising. I want it to rise a little bit longer, I think. Let's see, until where? Maybe up until here, honestly. but then some other stuff coming up as well, I think. And then this one can maybe also. Do that. Then make sure this is MPE enabled, which it is now. And suddenly macro 1 doesn't work anymore. God damn it. Yeah, that's of course because macro 1 is mapped to the slide. Then I'm gonna have to do fucking hell, that's annoying. Oh no, wait, I can do this. Reassign to macro 2. And then we just have to take this automation here. Macro 1 is by default mapped to the MPE slide value, so that's why we cannot automate it like this. So we have to go and open this up again, click macro 2, and then we're gonna map that to the low pass filter, and then we can unmap this one. And now it should be back as soon as we drop the automation here. Oh wait, that's the wrong one. No wait, that's a good one. I could have actually just left the automation there. I realize I only had to do this. So now we have the automation back. What if we do it earlier? It's kind of cool. I like that effect. Maybe double it up with some extra sound coming up that does the same thing. Okay. Now for the drop. Let's think. Yo, Aaron, thanks. I'm trying to stream when I can. The thing is, a lot of the tracks that I am working on for the EP, I just cannot work on it on stream. One, because I kind of want to keep it a little bit of a secret which tracks are going to be on the EP that I'm working on. Plus, also, I feel every time I did try working on them in the previous streams on stream, I just screwed them up. Basically, I just ended up with something at the end of the stream where I just looked back the day after and I was just like, you know what? The previous version sounds better. And I was just like, yeah, I don't know, maybe it's because there's a chat and there's people watching and I just am busy with other things as well. And my full attention is not to production. I don't know what it is, but for some reason, I need to work on something else, if you get what I mean, something newer. Something that I'm just creating. I know what it is. But it's fine. You never have too many track ideas, because then you can just pick the best ones. I don't have a planned release date. It's done when it's done. I know what it's gonna do. I know what it's gonna or I mean, I know what it needs to sound like. I know where I want it to be. I have a whole idea for it. And a lot of it is already planned out as well. Like, I've got a lot of, because like I said before, there's gonna be a different artist name, right? So I've already got a lot of things covered, like usernames that have already been registered and stuff, URLs that have been reserved and all that kind of stuff. Do they have a home? Who? Who is they? Does the EP have a home already? Oh, it's probably gonna be self-released, honestly. I wanna think about stuff as well. Like, I wanna with the platform that I have, a thing that I've always wanted to do is first, work at least on self-releasing the whole thing. But like, I also have a label account on DistroKid, for instance, so I can basically at the moment manage up to, I think, 8 artists through DistroKid. So like, I think, and that's just from doing the feedback streams in the past. I've done one a little while ago, and I kind of want to do some more again in the future. But I want to do it in a proper way, where we have like a submission channel in the Discord where people can submit. We're gonna check the tracks beforehand, or at least I don't want that I have to check the tracks beforehand, because I want you guys to hear my honest opinion when I, listen to it on stream, right? So you want my first impression, not like me hearing it again for the second or third time, I guess. So we need to figure out, like, I don't know, maybe some of the mods, or maybe some people in the Discord want to be a mod for that reason, so that they can help manage that channel. But like, so that we know that the tracks are not like remixes and stuff. They're not released tracks already, but they're like tracks that are still like, I guess, unreleased and stuff. And it would be so cool to be able to give some people a place to release their track, because I've heard so many tracks over the years in the feedback streams in the past that we did, where I went like, dude, this track is so fucking good. Why isn't it out? Why isn't it being released, right? And I would love to set something up for that. But that's like future plans, I guess. That's not for now. First my own release, and then we can think about that. But that's just a little bit of a thing that I was thinking about of doing. Because it's like it's one of the things that I really liked is that, especially when people send in a track and you give them feedback, and sometimes depending on the track, you like, I had feelings sometimes where was I being too harsh to this person, right? But then a couple of weeks later, or a month later or something, you do another feedback stream and they send the same track again, and they've improved on it, and it's like, dude, it sounds so much better now, and I love that. And I've had quite a few in the past where I was like, the quality of the tracks being sent in is really good, and I saw so many people with just like really nice idea, or really nice ideas for tracks, and just really cool working projects that where I just listened to it and was like, if you just get like a little bit of extra tips of like, fix this and fix that, you've got a really good release. And a lot of times these were people with maybe like 10 to 100 followers on SoundCloud, and I was like, what the hell, right? And it would be so cool to just have like my own little label kind of thing. And a label is a big word, I guess, right? Because I'm not gonna be somebody who has like all the means of like managing people, at least not right now, but I could at least give people a place to get their tracks on like Spotify and everything, which is kind of nice. Especially if you're starting out. I know how much it meant to me when I had my first track coming out. I was like, fuck, this is so cool. I was like 16 or something. Means a lot, right? It's cool. And it would just be nice as well. I'm like, especially with the EP, I want to do a remix EP of it as well, and give people in the Discord a chance to remix the EP, basically, and say like choose a track and be like, oh, I want to release it, or I want to remix this one. And obviously I would love to then just put out a compilation of the best ones, right? That would be really cool. So a couple of the things I've been thinking about, but we're getting there. Okay, let's see if we bring that vocal back. Let's bring Diana back. And let's go and let's open up the automation here. Let's bring her back in her full glory. This kind of fills it up a little bit for now. It's a bit much, but like it's a bit clashing now with that other layer. I can check real quick what is clashing really. How did that work again? I can rename this one, say vocal, and then I can go into the group here, and I can go in here and call this sauce, basically. And then if I check in here, I should be able to compare that to this one. And see exactly where two are clashing. It's mostly in this area. So it's mostly that area that I'm already taken down a bit, which means that we might want to take it down a bit more. Don't really like that transition yet here, but whatever. I want to get to the drop, so we can fix that all later. This one, let's just make that one continue as well. Okay, first of all, let's fix this, because even though this is just a sub bass, the progression is different now. So it now is going to go from A to D, and then to F, and then it goes to E at the end there. So that's the new progression. But let's think about what kind of bass am I gonna do. Yeah, I'm really tempted to make good drums first for the drop, like how I want them to be. Should we do that first? Because that's gonna make the rest easier as well. Let's save and let's go and grab an addictive drums. And I'll just do, let's see, let's go with, for now, Pearl reference maybe. And then snare we can do, Doesn't really matter too much for now. Let's bring one of these down a bit. So center that one, center that one. I'm just gonna quickly set up a bit of a kit. I've been making music since how long? We're nearing 20 years since I first got my first doll. Which wasn't much of a doll, honestly. It was more of a... What was it called? Magic's Music Maker? I was really young, and I got a computer, and with the computer came some CDs with some software, and one of the pieces of software on it was Magic's Music Maker. Probably Magic's Music Maker 2000, if I believe correctly. And that was my first introduction. I was like, oh, what is this? Magic's Music Maker. And I was like, oh, let's try that out. And it came with a bunch of loops as well, I remember. And I just started distorting house loops. And I was like, oh, this is fun. And then eventually I got FL Studio from a friend. Because I went to visit a friend, and he and his brother was a techno producer. And DJ as well. And I visited this friend, and I was like, what? Because his parents were gone, right? So I visited his friend's house because we were gonna game all day. And I went there, and I was like, what is that noise coming from upstairs? And he's like, oh, that's my older brother. He's with his friend. And his older brother was like 5 years older or something like that, 5 or 6 years older. And I was like, because I had, like, you know, Magic's Music Maker, and I was immediately intrigued. I was like, I want to see, because I was asking him, I was basically asking my mate questions about his brother and what he was doing to understand more of what was going on. While my mate was like, dude, come, we're gonna play Smash Brothers. And I was like, no, what do you mean he's making music? He's like, yeah, he has a studio upstairs in the attic. He makes music and shit with his friends. He makes techno, and I was like, I want to see. So I went upstairs, and eventually I ended up being upstairs just annoying his brother, and his brother eventually said, yo, here you got a CD with FL Studio. Go to your house and start messing with this. Magic's Music Maker is shit. Start using this. I was like, okay. And was like Fruity Loops version... What was it? Version 3 or something, version 4, I don't know. It was like really old version of Fruity Loops. And that's when I really got started. And that's when I started making hip-hop beats. But yeah, Magic's Music Maker. And what other software was there on there? There was another thing on there, a sound editor. Sony SoundForge, I believe, and Sony Acid Pro as well. And there was like, I think I downloaded some trackers, like Fast Tracker back in the day. And that was kind of my first introductions to music. Those things. But yeah, it was all thanks to mostly my mate's brother, who said, yo, stop annoying me. Stop annoying me and ask me about every little thing I'm doing. Here you have a fucking copy of FL Studio. Just go mess around. I only had a shitty PC, like an old Pentium. What was it? A Pentium 133 megahertz, I believe. FL Studio ran like shit, but hey, it was a lot better than Magic. So, and it took a really long time before I started knowing about, like, oh, there's other kinds of software as well. Oh, Reason, Cubase. Oh, for so long I didn't really know anything about the other pieces of software. But then I checked out most of them and eventually landed on Ableton. So Yeah, I loved Cubase as well. Cubase was another DAW that I really liked. Reason just looked cool, right? It just was. Reason was fancy because it was different with all the cables and it looked analog, and it was like, oh, this is cool, but got boring and annoying really quickly, having to plug cables into everything. And I was like, why can't you just do this automatically, right? And especially back then, it didn't have VST support either, so I was like. I was still like using FL Studio to process certain sounds that I had bounced from Reason because I couldn't make Rewire work, and you know, yeah, it was a pain. It wasn't the best workflow. And it was only, I think, when Skrillex started becoming popular that I saw some videos of Skrillex producing and doing his live shows with his laptop, and I saw a piece of software on his screen, and I was like, what the fuck is that? And that's when I found out about Ableton. I had not heard of Ableton forever, since like I was using all kinds of other software. I don't know what it was. Ableton wasn't really that popular back then. It's so different now. Like, Ableton is one of the main DAWs, but back then it wasn't really that popular. And then when Skrillex came around, everybody started using Ableton. Okay, so the pattern we need is... That's our pattern, basically. Oh no, it's not. We have that. That's our pattern. And then here we get an extra kick. And I know it's still quiet, but let me just chuck a saturator on for now. Let's drop a few of these in. We're gonna have to do a lot of messing about with this, but for now it's gonna work. So we can set the kit up a little bit. Let's go and add a hi-hat. Really like that one. Probably just an 8-note pattern for now. It's a bit... Let's see. Let's go and start messing with this. It's worth all the messing around. Yeah, I know. Okay, I'm gonna do something real quick. I'm gonna check. Let's grab... I have some Max for Life stuff here. Utilities, notes, frequency. Let me just grab this one. And I'm gonna check real quick. So, we are in A. So, a kick in A would have to be around like 55 hertz. So what I can do here, in millimeters, I can go to reference here, and I can set a reference line at around 55 hertz. Roughly, it doesn't really have to be precise, but that's right around there. So I can see, when I play it, where the kick drum is hitting, roughly. Just to kinda... If we play just a kick, we can check real quick if it sits in the right region, and we can kind of get it so like roughly correct. It's gonna help it make it a little bit easier to pitch things. And the same thing here for the snare. So let's say snare could hit somewhere on E probably, which is the 5th of A. So this one was hitting at like 325, something like that. Which is kind of the range I think I want the snare to be. So that would be what? Yeah, 329, around there somewhere. Yeah, it's really handy. So we can just go in here and we can set this to 3. And can we get fine control as well? Let's see. Oh. That was not the right thing to do. You hold Alt, you can drag the millimeters window. I thought you could do fine control as well. Oh yeah, with Shift. 325-ish. So that's where our snare needs to hit. So I'm just gonna have that line there. Then we can work on the snare here. See, we can really easily see now where we need to pitch it to get the snare in that pitch. And now this snare is already a bit of a higher and shorter snare, so I might want to pick a different one that sounds better when it's pitched up. So that one is kind of cool. That one is nice too. Why am I not hearing? Oh yeah, because this is soloed, that's why. I have Vision, that one as well. I decided to purchase it as well. It's quite nice. I don't think there's a way to set reference lines like in millimeters. Would be nice though. Would be nice. But you have the reference here, so you can see really easily as well where the frequencies sit. But I agree. It would be nice to have like a reference thing that you can set, so that you could set like a line in here or something where you want the pitch to be, and then just tune it. But like I don't really need that because I have millimeters open at any time, so that makes it quite easy. The snare drum is literally just some extra notes in here. A little bit better. Oh. Okay. That's better. Okay, so let's listen to this groove real quick. So that kick hit. Yeah, it hits right on that beat. Okay, good. So that's basically the pattern, what we have now. It just needs to be processed a lot more. What can we do here? Let's see. Let's try distorting the snare. I'm probably gonna do that, because I'm probably gonna have my own transient underneath it, but for now I'll do this. We could maybe... I'm not sure if you can load your own sound. If you can, then it should be in one of these. I'm not sure if you can actually load your own sound in, but doesn't really matter, honestly. I do want to try out, let's see if now we have a bit more processing on the snare. You know what I wish you could do? That you could lock the pitch, and that it would automatically pitch the snares to the right pitch. Because this one is a different pitch. But I do like the sound of this one. So let's see. Let's try that one as well. Let's see what we get with that one. Ooh. Ooh, that's kind of nice. What does the more rim shot sounding one sound like? Ah. But that one is cool. I like the sound of that one. Yo, Tutti Banana. What I can also do is I can go into my grooves, and that's the upside of doing it myself, is I can add my groove template to this, and you cannot really see it, but if I do this, yeah, see, there's this little there's one groove in here that is selected, as you can see. You just cannot see the name of it, but you can see we have these boxes, right? So I can use this timing to change what the groove is doing. So this groove, if I drag it in, and these are on my Patreon, by the way, in one of the Patreon packs. So you can see this is the mid amount, so the middle strength, and you can see what it is. So this is just 4 16th notes, and you can see what I've done. So the first and the second one, so the 8 notes are straight on the beat, but then the 16th notes are late. And then you can use that groove, put it on something that has a 16th note groove, and then you can just drag this timing percentage back to dial in how much swing you want to have. So you just can start at 0, it's just going to be straight. But if we then do 100%, we got that. So you can just use this percentage to find something in between. Usually I'll sit somewhere around like 50%. And it just adds a really nice... maybe even 40, 45, something like that. And it just adds a really nice amount of swing to a break for drum and bass. But because it's still consistent, right? It's gonna be the same amount of swing every time, which might be something you don't want if you want it to sound more realistic, but you can always commit to the groove at some point and then start messing with the notes. Beat Spades has the velocity sliders, which are good fun too. Yeah, I know. By the way, this Beats folder in Addictive Drums is an absolute goldmine for inspiration. If you want to have inspiration, this place is so good, because you can just literally dial in or just go through here and find some stuff. And a lot of these grooves as well are like they have like different patterns. So and you can, because you have all of these here, but there's then more patterns in here. So if we just how do we show only my favorites again? Oh yeah, here. So if I just pick one here, Like for instance here, I've got this one as a favorite. It's literally just an 8-note head pattern. So it's like if we sync that to the tempo. And you can just drag that in as MIDI. So there you've got a head pattern. Let's say, no, I want a 16-note head pattern. Cool. And it sounds pretty realistic already because these have that more realistic sound. So it's pretty good as starting points. But even if you have like a break, so let's say like that. Even if you have that, you can go into here and you can say, I just want to have the hi-hat. So I'm just going to solo the hat. And if you drag it in now, you're going to get only the hat as the MIDI. So you can literally just take one of the breaks in here that you really like. So I don't know, there's some ones in here that are pretty cool, but I forgot where they are. I'm not sure if I have them marked. Don't think so. There's also a lot of fills in here, by the way, that are really good. So good for like getting a quick fill going. It's a really good plugin for drums, honestly. But yeah, let's say you have a pattern that you're like, oh yeah, oh, that one has no head. It has like a symbol or something. We haven't set a symbol up yet. And all these controls here as well, like. Changing how all the things interact. And the thing is, if you then drag the MIDI in afterwards, it has those changes that you've done with this applied to the MIDI. So you can first mess with it in here and then drag it in. So you can really change the grooves up as well. The timing with that random timing thing, which is so cool, and the velocities. Like, oh wait. So yeah, it's really amazing. So many things you can do with it. But I can really advise you also to learn how to make your own kits, because that's when it really starts becoming powerful. Like knowing how to make your own kits that sound like what you need it to be. Because a lot of the kits in here are good, but what I always end up doing is I end up turning the reverb off. I end up having to mess with the overhead and the room because they're way too loud, or they're way too wide, and it's just not working in mono at all. So for drum and bass, it wouldn't really work. And I end up having to do more work when I just start from a kit than when I just start from scratch. So, although it can be cool, the kits, to just get like a good inspiration. I feel the ones that I kind of like are the funk kits from the funk pack. Those are pretty cool. That's really gonna increase the low end, which we don't need because we're gonna have our own low end kick, a digital kick underneath it. So I'm not gonna listen to an album on stream. Why would I? I'm making music myself. Plus, if I'm gonna listen to an album on stream, then it's probably gonna get copyrighted. So no, I'm not. Transformer one? Oh, that's this one. Yeah, maybe on the kick. Let's try it on the kick. See what that one sounds like. It'll really... But if we do this... I'm not sure which kit this is from, the reference, but I'm not entirely sure which kit that is from either. So, no, I don't know which kits these are from. Can I see that? Oh, I can. I guess that is the Fairfax kit. Fairfax is a pretty good kit. I feel I like the Fairfax kit, the Fun kit, the Black Beauty kit, or whatever it's called, is pretty cool. What is this one from? That one is from the Fun kit. Yeah, the Fun kit is one of my favorite ones, honestly. A lot of the kits are good. Yeah, a lot of the kits are good. But there are a couple of ones that I like more. The jazz kit, for instance, is really good as well. Like, I've had some of the kits in there where I went through them and I was like, oh, some of these are actually really nice. They're great for the cymbals. The cymbals and the rides and such. And I also like in here that we can go into the flexi, for instance, and we can say, I want, what, extras? We have some tambourines as well. I like this one the most. I just need to figure out where that is. I don't know. Let's see. Where are you, tambourine? Oh, here. Right underneath the hi-hat. Nice. So we can even put some tambourine action in there. Just to see what we get. Okay, not like that. By the way, I noticed something in Ableton that I never knew about. Did you know that if you have notes selected here, so I'll just do this real quick. If you have these selected and you hold Control and then drag the volume, you get this. Did you know that? you can basically give them a volume range. I never knew that. See how they're different every time? I never knew you could do that. And you can go the opposite direction as well. I never knew that. I was like, what? Since when can I do that? You can just say up, and then it's gonna give it a bit of random time here. Which isn't really working for this, but this one is handy as well, this random thing here. Just set it to like a little range and then just do this, and then you get like randomized. You can just figure out which section you like and then just copy that over. We like for instance that, let's say we like that. I actually kinda like that. Drop that in, copy that through. Don't know if it will work with the pattern, but that's something we can figure out. Bit much maybe, but I do kind of like it. But let's keep it like that for now. Because I might just add like a different tambourine. Why you... Well, whatever. Okay, let's start adding some stuff to it. So I can do it all inside of this one thing actually. I could do that, but I think I'm just gonna do it separate. So let's see. Let's just mute all of these. Just grab these two for now. And just drop those on here. It's gonna be a little bit much, but you can route them out to different tracks. There's this thing right here, where you can set separate outputs, and then you need to set up audio tracks for it, and then you can route them to separate outputs. The one thing I don't really like about that is that it what I don't like is but that's just a way of how analog mixing would work, is that you have the overhead separate. So what I usually end up doing, if I wanna end up processing things different, so if I wanna have like my own processing on the snare, my own on the cymbals and all that, I just make my whole kit the way I like it, and then I just duplicate it a couple of times, and then I just have one dedicated to the kick, one dedicated to the snare, and stuff like that, so that I can capture the overhead in that channel, basically, so that I know I'm working with the entire snare drum, and I'm not working with just the snare from like the direct channels, and the overhead is somewhere else, because I find, for me, it always fucks up things. But for now, I'll just keep it in one thing, because that kind of works. Yeah, as well, it feels really slow to do that. Yeah, I agree. Now, let's see. I'm just gonna check real quick. Because that's just a kick sample. We are in A. So that would be down 3. That way we can really make the like fundamental that it needs. We have a bit more freedom, which is nice. Let's do the same here. I just don't have a preset set up for that one, so let's just make it real quick. Let's use that one. Let's do this. Set that to there. BPM modes, and then we wanna do something like this maybe. Quite quick. And let's think. So that would be, I want this to be in the key of. Oh yeah, I can see it on that line. So right around there. Let's do this and. We might not even need this one, honestly. Let's just check. Because it kind of layers pretty nicely for the kick as well at the moment. Now for the snare, we can bring this one up a little. kind of strengthen the transient a little. That's hitting on B. That is this little thing here. That is hitting on B. So I can, if I bring this down, does that lower that peak? It doesn't. Okay, so it's not that. Now let's go and grab ourselves. So we have this, and I'm gonna quickly solo the snare. See, this is why I would split it up, honestly. So I would just say, okay, duplicate, and just drop that over here. Just remove everything except the snare, because it's quite annoying otherwise. What I could also do, I'm thinking real quick, I could also do it all inside here. Let's try that out. I could also do it all inside here. If I just group, oh no, then it's gonna, no, that's annoying. Let's just I'm just gonna leave it like this for now and just make the drum groove, and then I'll fix it later. Might not even need it on the kick, but oh yeah, I muted it in here. This one, let's duplicate this one. And I'm just gonna grab a new serum. And let's grab some noise. Really matter which one. Oh. Now, there is this really handy Ableton thing. Where is it? Utilities, align delay. If I put that here, I can link this and I can slightly delay the noise so that the transient comes through and then the noise comes in. See, if I overdo it, there's a gap between the two. They can really just make the transient come through, which is quite nice. So that could be like a little digital layer for the snare. So let me just, or the starting point at least. And now I would like to have the snare separate as well, because then I can start working on processing the whole bunch together. So I would like to probably, yeah, let's just duplicate this one. Drop you in here. Let's get rid of this. Wait, oh yeah, no, it's right. I'm also gonna move these. So there's two of the same hit. So we have this one, and then that one, which is basically the same hit. So we can just put the ghost hits on that one and the main snare on the other one, so it's easy to select them. And now if I just go in here and let's just mute these here, can turn that on as well. And now I can process these together, so we don't need that. Don't need that anymore. And I can actually delete this as well. And let's open up an LFO tool. Steve, please make a VST3 version of LFO. It's so annoying to having to go through my VST2 folder. Just make one, please. So we can do this, and I'm just gonna do this. Create a little shape like this, maybe. And let's set that to envelope mode. And then I'm just gonna go into my, yeah, just do the fundamental here. Just group this. And just grab an external instrument. Put that in here. And send that into the track 17. So that if I play this by its own, it's not doing anything. But if I play it with this one, why are you not doing anything? Oh, because it's going into the wrong thing. It needs to go into LFO. See, now I can really make sure it cuts out the right part. And then with the fundamental, we can really start doing that right. So I can even maybe make it faster, so we can see it better. I'm not sure if that's possible. But this way we have a bit more control over this. Might wanna just do this to be sure. See, by changing this is basically, I love this on snares, having like a little moment where at the start where it just stays on the on a higher note for just a tiny bit. It really gives it a very good punch. And if you look at the snare just by recording it, you can probably also see it. So if we just take that snare and just look at it real quick, see, we can see this little thing at the start. And most drum and bass snares will have something like this at the start. Just to kind of give it that little extra punch. Like a lot of the snares that I made, especially for the pack already, have that as well. I think. If I just grab a random one, yeah, you can see already. See, it has like little extra thing at the start, which just basically just a pitch envelope. That gives it that click. These are not the ones from the pack, by the way, that I've been working on. But these should be the same thing. Same kind of deal. Yeah. These are a little bit more louder, a little bit more processed. But they all have a similar thing. Like this has a bit of an attack to it, but it still has like a higher frequency at the start. Go forum, LFO tool VST3 is there, posted by the man himself. Really? Thanks. I know what I'm gonna be doing after the stream. Thanks. And thanks to Steve. I hadn't seen that. So that's my bad. But thanks for letting me know. Because I saw he done the other ones, but I was like, why not LFO2 then? But that makes sense. Yeah, so we can also turn this. We can also turn this one off and just take that fundamental out of here. Because I kind of like it, but I feel like the resonance needs to be up. Can you simply draw a tiny pitch envelope on an existing snare sample? You can, but you have to be careful with it as well, because it will, of course, shorten the snare drum. Like, the higher you bring that up, the shorter the snare is going to be. So, it is possible, but it will also shorten the part where the fundamental is audible. So if that is already at, like, the length that you want it to be, then the snare drum is suddenly going to sound too short, probably. So that's why I usually like designing it. It's more work, but it gives you so much more control that it just oh, that's the wrong one. So I want to hear if I can sort of like mess with that resonance a bit. Let's see. What if we grab that and we choose that? Because I've reduced this a lot. We're not really hearing a fundamental that is sort of like shifting up. It's mostly just taking care of the higher things, so maybe this will work. Yeah. Sounds so much better. Yeah, I just like making my own. Plus, I just love making drums. Right? It's just, I don't know what it is. Making drums is almost like meditative at some point. At some kind of way. It's just nice to do. I like doing it. We can also mess with this one. See what happens if we do that. Not much. Ah. Yeah, don't really like that. That one is super quiet anyway. It just adds a little extra. And these two are probably still a bit quiet compared to this one. Or at least they could maybe be processed together. Give it a little bit more, I don't know. Okay, let's just quickly record this, see what we're looking at. So I can see that the fundamental is long. See how long the fundamental is? We can shorten that up. So that will also help, because we can see right here how the volume increases. That is because the noise and the fundamental are starting to layer. And that means if we're going to reduce the fundamental in length, and the way how I think I'm going to do it, if I look at this, what is probably going to be a good way to do this, is we can see how it's almost like, I think we can almost get away with like half the length of the fundamental, maybe a tiny bit more. So if I can speed this up, of course, but what I think would be good to do is just bringing this back a little, and then let's just record that again. And now we get that. So it's a little bit shorter, and then I'm gonna bring that up a bit, see what we get, and see how it's more even in volume now. So we still get sort of like almost the same length of the fundamental, but it's getting quieter in this part, so it kind of fades out a bit. And I can maybe even make another point here and just do a little S-curve, so it's like that, and it gives the room, it gives more room for the noise. But actually this looks already a lot better. It's more even in volume. That is kind of good. Now, I think the fundamental can be a little bit louder still. Or louder, I mean the shape of it can be a little bit different. So, what we can do is we can... what if we just use another LFO and just set that to a shape like this, and then we go into somewhere here. Let's just add this one, and I'll switch this to the X-shaper mode so it's not doing anything, because that just means it's not doing anything. It is reducing the volume, I believe. Yeah, it is. But then we're gonna bring this up. And I can assign this one to the volume here, so we can kind of give it a little bit of an extra volume boost. And then let's just do this. Just on the fundamental. And then let's see what we get if we record that. I kind of want to see a little bit of an extra sort of like transient at the start here, where it's a little bit louder, so that when we run it into the processing, it's going to really affect that transient a bit, and it's really going to drive that, so we get a really nice and punchy snare in the end. So see how that just got a tiny little bit louder? Let's also check real quick if we bring the attack time back here a little bit. Then this gets a little bit more pronounced. If we go back all the way. So it's very subtle. There's no processing on here. There is a saturator here. I'm not sure if that is already doing something. Let's just for now turn it off so that it's not hitting that. There's not much happening here. The limiter is here, but I don't think it's hitting that. No, it's not. So that's fine. So let me... I'm just gonna loop this one real quick. Oh, we can only do that. Okay. then I'll just quickly... do that. So we can focus on this one. Now if I record this, then I can see what I'm doing while I'm changing stuff. So I'm just gonna do this. And I'm gonna go in here. And I'm just gonna go and mess with this a little bit. See how as I'm rising this up, we can see that the transient is getting an extra boost here. And then I can play with this to see how long that is. So I can even say maybe the first part is going to be a little louder. This might be a bit too much, but okay. Looks quite okay. Now we can maybe bring this one slightly back up as well in volume. I kind of wish there was a little extra higher thing though. Ooh. Hey, that isn't all too bad actually. But does that sound good with the rest? That's the question. I Okay, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's not perfect either, but we haven't done any group processing on the snare either yet, so let's just add a saturator first and see what we get if we just drive it with a saturator. See how that boost in the fundamental is helping? Like if I take this down, that's what we get. Hear how much extra punch it gets just because we have that extra little boost on the transient. So if I just left it alone, it would have sounded completely shit. See, it just sounds completely over-compressed and it doesn't work. But because I shaped the dynamics with this, that is what is now hitting the saturator first instead of the noise and the tail. And that's why it sounds really punchy. And like we can even add extra resonance to it if we want, but that's gonna be quite hard because we have also ghost snares. If it was a break with just like a boom ka, then it would be easier because then it's just two snares that we have to add something to. But with ghost head, it's really difficult, or with ghost hits, because those are usually the resonance is different as well. It's like quieter or something like that, so we would have to do a lot of work to make that work. So I'm trying to get the resonance as close as what I want it to be. I quite like that. And let's see what we have here. So let's grab Pro Q Am I in the right folder? No. Pro Q3 before the saturator, so we can so this peak right here. Let's see if I make this dynamic, do this. That one right there. That's where most of the tone is coming from the resonance and the tail. So I kind of want to make that snappier. So if I just do this, pretty subtle, but yeah, with white noise it can work too. White noise, some comb filters on it usually works. I've been making cymbals for the drum sample pack, and I've really been learning so much about synthesis. Like, synthesizing cymbals is so much fun, and I'm thinking like you could do the same thing, the same technique for synthesizing snare drum resonances. Like right now we're using this break one, which is nice because then we get the ghost hits as well. But like if you just need to synthesize some resonance for a snare, it's not that complicated. It's like you just take some sines, just take a sine wave, and take another sine wave, and just FMU with that one, quite a high amount, just bring that one down, and then we just mess with the pitches just randomly, and if we feed notes into that, depending on what we do with these, we get different resonances. And if you then run that through like some filtering, like an envelope kind of shape, you get that. And you can use that very well to make yourself a resonance for a snare tail. Like, let's say that, go into, I don't know, comb filter. And it's all about messing with these and messing with this shit here. I don't know, maybe syncing this a little. Maybe with this one. And it's all about tweaking these. Giving them, I don't know, giving them that. Maybe that'll work. Go in here. Let's increase you. There we go. Now we got resonance. See, so it's now we got like almost a ride kind of thing. So you can really just make whatever resonance you need. And just by messing with the pitches, you get different tones. And even if that one is not exactly right, you can then just filter it so that it's like has just the ones that you need, and then you can frequency shift that around to get it into the pitch that you need it to be. You know, it's like, it's all about thinking about this in a different way. But there's so many ways of doing this. Like, I was using this exact same thing that I was watching an AU5 tutorial about making cymbals, and he was showing this, and I was like, hey, that's really helpful for snare drums as well. If you want to design your own tills and design your own resonances, just do that. It's just that the processing afterwards will be a little bit different to get it to work in a snare drum. But yeah, it's kind of cool. Backseat production is a bitch. But yeah, like, I've been making these. Like more cymbal kind of hits. That one was also done with Serum. And then this one. So there's like, I don't know. It's kind of interesting how you can use FM and like filtering to create cymbals. And by tweaking it, sometimes, especially with the right reverb on it, like maybe some convolution reverb, and then the right settings here, you can get ones that sound almost like a realistic acoustic cymbal, where if you have the envelopes right, you can almost make it as if it has like a splash type of impact at the start, and then it decays a little, and it's really powerful. It takes time though, but it's really powerful. And what I was doing is I was just setting up a patch, and then I just mapped a whole bunch of these note on randomizers to different parameters, like the pitches here, the sync here, the frequency of the comb filter, and then I just basically did like, I don't know, 64 hits in MIDI, and I just froze that whole thing, and all of them were different, and I just went through, and I said, oh, this one sounds good, that one sounds good, that one sounds good, and just bounce those to audio. It's really handy. Okay, so let's duplicate this another time. And we're gonna do the same thing for the kick. So we have our kick fundamental here, and then let's just group these two together. And we're gonna call this kick. And then we're gonna remove everything except for the kick. So that we're basically only gonna have the heads separate and the cymbals in this one, and the kick and snare is basically in its own clip. Holy shit, you still didn't get it? Oh, holy shit. I mean, they might have had some issues with the supply or something, I don't know, but I don't know what happened, of course, but that's quite a long time. Well, at least it's not like you couldn't listen to it yet, right? It's just, it's the vinyl, but yeah, I get you. I get your pain. Holy shit, I need a drink. One moment. They had distribution issues. Yeah, like almost everything. Like, man, I feel like there's so many issues happening in society today. Like, all the issues with staff shortages and all the other things, and everything is understandable too. That's the whole thing. Everything is understandable, but it just trickles down into everything. I notice it with everything as well. Like even something as simple as a couple of weeks ago, I had to make a dentist appointment. You know, or a couple of months ago, like that. Like normally, that would be like, okay, can you come tomorrow? Or sometimes even still, can you come this afternoon? And I was like, oh yeah, sure. And this time it was like I had like one cavity, and I was like, I need to go to the dentist. I called up and they were like, we have a spot 3 weeks from now. I'm like, holy shit. Yeah, computer parts is absolutely a pain right now. I'm so glad that I had a good computer and that I bought a good computer before everything really started going crazy. The only thing that wasn't really available when I bought my computer was the graphics cards. So I just kept my graphics card, which was my GTX 1060, which I'm still using till today. That was the only thing that was hard to get at that time when I bought my new computer. And I'm so glad that I did that back then, because if I had waited 1 or 2 years more, then I probably would have been quite fucked, because that's when the shortages became more and more. And now it's, yeah, a lot of shortages with the chips and shit. You're still rolling with the GTX 1080. Yeah, I'm the same, you know. I would like to have something better, but do I really need it at the moment? Not really, you know. It would be great for like video editing and like rendering videos going a little bit quicker, but other than that, it's not that big of a deal. It's not like the 1060 is underperforming that much. Like it's still doing a pretty good job, and the rendering isn't that long, so I'm fine with it, you know. But it would be nice to have something better. Like if I would have had the chance, then I would have bought something. But when I saw the prices going up and up and up, and then how unavailable the graphics cards were for a really long time, and then during that time the prices went up even more, and now it's like for a card that I would like to have, it's like you're gonna pay as much as what like almost my entire build cost, and I'm like, what the hell? Like when I bought my computer, I bought it with 32 gigabyte of RAM, I believe, and without a graphics card, then of course. But I think I spent like 2K, maybe a little over 2K, and like the graphics cards that a graphics card now of what I would like to have, it's gonna be like over half of what my build was, which is nuts. What's your opinion on Noisia going separate ways and splitting as a group? I don't really have an opinion about that. I mean, do I think it sucks that they're splitting up? Yeah, but I can also see that they want to do something different, and it's not like they're going anywhere, right? It's just the name Noisia is coming to an end. But even that will live on in a way, because it's Noisia, right? There's such a fundamental part of drum and bass. It's not just gonna be gone. It's just that there won't really be much new music under that name, but that's fine because they're splitting up and they're doing solo stuff. So it's, yeah, that sound will live on, just in different ways. And I can see as all of them are getting more settled with their own solo projects, I can see them going back and collabing again. And then we'll probably get a fresher take on what the old Noisia sound was, right? It's gonna happen. So do I really have an opinion about it? Not really. I'm just you know, I'll just support them in whatever they feel like heading into, in whatever direction they feel like is right, you know? It's their project. And they should be able to think about what they want to do. And if they think this is the right choice, then they should be able to do that. Who am I to say that they cannot do that, for instance? Yeah, especially, like, let's be honest, like, the whole... Dude, I still want some more huilende rappers. Come on, mate. We need some more huilende rappers. But yeah, Zonderling was also pretty cool. I agree. It's also pretty cool stuff. But I don't know. Maybe a Lekker part 2? So, because we now have this, we can get rid of this right here. And I'm gonna grab the Elevoto from the snare track here. And let's just chuck that on here. And then we're gonna go into this one, group that, and let's chuck an external instrument in here. And send that to the addictive drums, Elevoto. And now we're gonna have the kick drum here. So let's just say this is our fundamental. Well, it's not really fundamental, it's more like, what is it? It's just our kick. Let's just call it kick serum, so that I know what it is. And then this is the kick 82. Don't really need that anymore. So now we can also do the same for the kick here. So we can say exactly how much of that transient we need. Like, I kind of like it, layering with the kick, honestly, so... Not even sure we need sidechaining on this one. But what we can do, little trick, we can use the split feature here. So what that's gonna do is basically adding a filter. So it's adding a filter to the sidechain part. So now we're only ducking everything below this frequency, and everything above it is not being ducked away. So we are getting rid of the low end and the mid, but the high end of that click is still present. See? The high end is still there. So that will still layer with that kick and give that transient a bit of extra. But the low end is now ducking so that it gets a little cleaner. But this is pretty short, I think. Let's see what we can do with this. I'm not sure why I did this way. I'm just gonna do this. That's, I guess, why I did it that way. Now, maybe I might even just get rid of that sub in here and just use the high end. Because I'm not sure we need all that. Let's grab a Pro Q. That's already a lot better. Could leave a little bit in. It's kind of nice. Fuck off with Skrillex is making dubstep great again. Dubstep never has been bad. You've just been looking at the wrong dubstep. I mean, not to say that Skrillex isn't good. Like, the stuff that he released and what he's doing right now is absolutely phenomenal. And he's doing some really good stuff with it, but there's been good dubstep around. There's been really good dubstep around. Like, the deeper dubstep has never been gone. It's just... It wasn't really in the mainstream. Let's just say that. And it's getting a bit more mainstream now, which is nice. I personally like the deeper stuff more when it comes to dubstep. Oh, that's actually quite good. Might even go for that. It's quite nice. Still a bit fucked. We still need more stuff, but... I like the stuff Imanu makes. Yeah, I love the stuff Imanu makes. He's doing some really cool stuff. But not just Imanu. Felix from the Caracal project. He's doing some really cool stuff. But then again, stuff like Ivy Lab as well, I think is really cool. Like what Ivy Lab does with the 140 stuff. So there's so many people that do 140 in a cool way. Handy, yeah. I don't really know too much about him, but... or at least I assume it's a him. I could be wrong. Correct me if I'm wrong, by the way. But I don't really know too much about him. But I saw the Noisia stuff, the episode, so I was like, oh. I haven't watched it yet though, but. And then again, like some of the Skrillex stuff I like, but then some of the other ones I don't really like. I'm not a big fan a lot of times of his vocal stuff, even though a lot of people like it. I'm not too big of a fan of it. Kind of depends. I feel like a lot of times his vocal stuff, it gets too chipmunky for my taste. But that's just a stylistic preference. Like, I can also see why a lot of people like it. Yeah, it's more house sounding, exactly. House music did that a lot with like the pitched up vocals that are very high pitched up. And it's something that's definitely from house music. I like this. I'm doing it here as well a little bit with the vocal in this one. Like, it also has a bit of that sound, but it's kind of shifted a little. I kind of messed with it a bit. Oh, it's down here. It's in the intro where it's higher. Here it's like, right? It's that kind of same kind of sound as well. And normally I don't really like it, but here for some reason it just fit. So, but I even still shifted it down because I was like, it's too much otherwise. Like with this, it was just, oh, let me just turn it off. And Skrillex sometimes just has it that chipmunky, right? He just has it that high up, and I'm like, I mean, it works for him, definitely. Let's be honest, it works, and it's part of his sound as well. So it's not a bad thing. It's just that I usually prefer it, I don't know, a little bit. I would then just shift the formants down, and I almost want to shift this one down even more than what it's doing now. But it just starts sounding a bit worse if I do that with this one. So whatever. It's just temporary for now, that vocal. I'm probably gonna change it because I'm probably not gonna be able to get the rights for that one anyway. I feel snare is a little bit too much still. Maybe a little bit that. It's kind of shaping the snare a little bit, but... I mean, the drums are already getting a little bit better now. Okay, let me remove this one. Oh wait, before I do that, let me just copy the pattern real quick. Let's just do... I think the pattern is just repeating, so I can just do this. Let's do that. Is that the same? I think it is, yeah. Okay, good. And then here we get some extra things. So let's just say double kick, and then one there. And that one is going to be right there. And then that repeats. Like that. Okay, then we can get rid of this track. And then we just need to hook up the sidechain. So we can send that to Kick Serum. Doesn't really matter. Okay. And then do the same for the snare track. Which is really simple because the snare is just the same all the way through. Oh, I already did that, so we can remove that. There we go. Then we just need to make sure that one is on loop. Then we can do that. We're gonna have to do edits in the drums a lot, but that is for in a bit. And now we have these separate as well. Oh, and I need to hook up the snare drum sidechain. I didn't do that yet. Snare fundamental. But now we also have the head separate, so that's nice because then we can process the head separate from the main kick and snare one. But because I made them in the same, so like the Addictive Drums patch, they have the same sort of like processing on it, which is nice. What is that track doing? Nothing? Okay, get rid of that. Now this one, let's move that one to there. We get that. I would almost wanna oh, I think I muted my mic. I I kind of almost want to have the ghost hits separate as well. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to duplicate this one. And we're going to have, this is just the main snare, and then this is going to be the ghost snares. And the reason is because I don't want to have that attack time on the ghost snares that I added. I want those ghost snares to just be like that. Because those don't have the added fundamental transient that I made, obviously, because then it would be way too much. Like if we add this one to everyone, it's just gonna be way too much. That's kind of good. I'm not even sure if we need those extra heads, to be honest, because the heads that we have here are pretty good already. Now the thing shakers are probably gonna stay. Yeah, I've been working on new tunes, but they need to be finished before I release them, and I'm working on the EP, but bear with me. Now this one, probably don't really gonna need that one anymore. Sounds really bad when we add that one, so probably don't really gonna need it anymore. Now let's think. Let's do a little recap. Let's think a little what we're gonna do with the drop. At least we made some good drums today, which aren't perfect yet, but they're getting there. Hey, something here sounds really weird. What was that? What? Which one there is out of tune? Ah, it's that. It's that distortion that's happening on here, probably, or the FM. Maybe if I tweak this slightly different, it's gonna be better. I'd say it sounds fine like that, though. Huh. Whatever. Okay, it's not too bad. Okay, what if we do some filtering here already? I'm not sure if we're gonna have the vocal, honestly, in this section, but for now it works, so... What does it sound like without the vocal there? What if this starts on E? What if we... See, I feel like this is a bit too high. But there's also a lot of low mids in this. There's not really that much high frequencies in it. So... But I feel like here, right now, it works a little better. So maybe I'll just drop these an octave as well. Okay, I'm also going to grab this one. Let's drop that on here. And let's go in here and bring this back up. We're obviously gonna have some more stuff, but I think this will work. What is this doing? That filter is not doing anything. Well, whatever. That's not doing anything. Not even here. Okay. Clear envelope. I need the saw wave. That one is here. So this one, let's see if we can shape this a little bit better. Yeah. More like that. Needed more low pass. And then on that higher note, ooh, idea. What if we have this macro 1 that is connected to the slide of the MPE? Can we grab macro 1 on the detune amount here, and then can we just make the high note detuned when it goes to the high note? Let's see if that works. Let's select that note, then we get the slide here, so we can do this, and then we can bring this up. Let's see what happens if we do this. If it's gonna rise up on just the high note, or if the low note also gets the detune. It's not doing anything. Or is it me? Or is it? Let's overdo it. Is it working? It is working. Okay, nice. Can we maybe, I don't know, increase the voices as well? Where are you? Where are you, macro? Oh no, wait, it's the slide, so it's in here. Can also try doing this. It's kind of cool. Let's bring this one back for now. It's gonna be different from the main kick, but it's good for now. It doesn't matter. I'll replace that one later. I'm not sure if I want to have the sine wave continue here. Might just cut it out. Fade it out here during this section. something like that happening right here. Then we need these as well. And we need a little extra fill happening here as well. So maybe even... just grab section here, it doesn't really matter. That hits on a snare. Yeah. Just grab that. That's not perfect, but well, I can also go into one of these and just check some of these because we still have all the hits in here. We can check some of the fills in here. Just find like a nice fill. Like if I go to favorites, fills, then we have some fills here that we can use. That part there is actually quite good. So I could say maybe drag that in here. And then this part. I could have just done this myself, but... Oh yeah, and by the way... Let me just put them on the grid, because I have my groove template. I need to make sure that all of these have the same groove template, otherwise the hits are not going to be aligned. So let me just, I'm just gonna do that. And let's go in here, do this. Let's select all of these. Go in here, and I'm just gonna select that groove template that I had. Yeah, we're gonna mess a lot with the drums still, but this is a good starting point now. I'm not sure what the bass is gonna have to do though. Think. Because that is just a sub. Let's just think real quick. We can also go to E, because the top note of that chord... Oh, what? C, maybe. What is that? There is an E in there. Not. Yeah, there is an E in there. So, that's the top note. So we can also use that. Go from like a high E to a lower E. Oh. Ooh. Ooh, that's weird. This serum skin is called Anthracite. I'm not sure why, but the website there where you could download this is down. So what I did is I zipped this up and I uploaded it in my Discord on, I believe it was the general. I believe it was in general. Let's see. General chat. And then pinned messages. Was it in there? Somewhere? Yeah. It's in there. So just go and type !Discord in the chat, and you will get a link to the Discord. It comes with different colors as well, so. How interesting how that noise is. So like being added to the sine wave, and that is running through this, boosting a frequency in the noise, which is what the distortion is responding to. Messing it up, but let's see what we get. It's a bit much with this one, but if we separate this one from the sub, so that we can, oh wait, I can actually do that. All I have to do is just do this, remove these, set this to a high pass, So that is just high passing. And then we can go in here, we can add our filter. And we can say one of these. And it should sound cleaner. Now that one doesn't have key tracking though. So we're gonna just grab this one, drop it on here, full range. So I'm just listening what it does on the higher note. Yeah, it's in general chat. If you go to Discord, general chat, so just here. And then right here, in pinned messages, you want to go and just scroll down a little, and right here. That's where it is. Yeah, the general chat. That's where you want to be. So just make sure that under general area, you are in the general chat, and there you want to check the pinned messages. That's where it is. Totally not what we need. What kind of a bass are we gonna do for the drop? Maybe I should just hear it without drums first. A bit lopsided here. Well, we can fix that. kind of tempted to try and switch these around, see what that does. If we go in here, so see real quick. I don't like that because that's an octave with this one. That's cool though. Bending it down. I might just leave that note on G sharp. And then just add this one to it though. So that is kind of nice. That detuning that came up. And then we can have maybe another note coming in, doing that higher note. Sort of like maybe as part of a riser or something. Let's see, I also want to bend the low note, I think. So let's just do this. And let's just bend the low note down as well. So that we get... What if we bend this one up to... What was it again? A, I believe? No, E. E. What if we bend that one up to E? That could be cool as well. But I still think it could be nice if we just have another note coming in, a higher one, on top of it. Like right here, let's add a rise, some kind of an extra rise. I'm not sure what kind of drop I want to do yet, but so I'm gonna work on this section first. So I feel like we kind of need to have something that rises up here in this section. Kind of layers with this thing. I can probably do it outside of the group though. It's gonna start on that's C, and then it needs to end on E. That's what it needs to end on, but then probably E quite high up. Let's try maybe that E. And then we need to go in here and set this to MPE enabled. See, so that adds that E note, that high E note in there. And then we can work on this as to become a good rise. But that's kind of the pitch that it needs to follow. And then we can even go in here right now and just mess with this a little bit so that when it's sort of like right at this point, it switches to that G sharp, right? Yeah, that's where I believe it switches to G sharp. Yeah. So I'm gonna make sure that that rise, which is here, is gonna be on G sharp as well, right here, when that note is also hitting G sharp, so that the rise and that note kind of fall at exactly the same pitch, which should make it feel right. Maybe even already here, so that that one hits on G sharp. Then, okay, I know what we want to do. We want to bring this one a little bit further back, so that that last section is hitting that A note. Like, so that that hits that perfect A. And then let's, come on. Come on. Can we get fine control? Yes. There we go. Okay, but now it needs to become a good riser. Ooh. Ooh. That's nice, thanks. Just having them slightly off. That works pretty well. Oh, that's quite interesting, actually. What does that do with ring mod, for instance? Ooh, that's interesting too. It's more subtle, but AM is pretty subtle too, but also pretty cool. And ring mod is also pretty nice. Sample and hold is weird if you key track it. I figured that out recently. But I don't think it listens to MPE pitch bends. See, it's not following the MPE pitch bends. It's just only the regular pitch bending, which is kind of annoying. And you also don't see MPE pitch bend on the note tracking here either. It's just seeing it as a static note. Otherwise, if we would use a regular pitch bend, then we would actually be able to use that sample and hold. Where is it? Oh yeah, here. That sample and hold and just key track it, which is really interesting effect actually. On this it won't work, but there are some moments where that can be pretty cool. If we add that and then do that, we get the modulation of that sub, which is kind of cool. And if we do this, the lower we go, it should get like... It starts modulating with that other note. It's kind of interesting. And then we can high pass it again. Or just use an EQ with a really sharp high pass so that... See how much that does? It's a little bit messy, but can be pretty cool. Like just lowering the level a little so that it's hitting it less hard. Let's just do it after here. There we go. Now I'm also thinking that this wants to... I'm just gonna take this point here. Just gonna drop that on A. Yeah, that's definitely better, having that start on A. And then we need to start filtering this, I guess. So now we also have this one, so we can just use this filter. I mean, that is how long? 8 bars. Okay. 8 bars. There we go. Let's do that. Let's assign a macro knob to the detune. Let's see what we get. I'm gonna that one like that. Don't really like that, but what I do want to do is I'm not going to do it on the detune here. So just remove these. But we're gonna, can we map it to here? That would be sick. We can. Nice. Yeah. So we can start this wide and make it mono towards the end. So towards the drop, it's becoming narrower. Or we can do it the other way around, depending on what the drop is going to do. Like, if the drop is going to be very centered, then I guess we want to increase the width towards the end here. And if the drop is going to be more wide on the first hit, then we want this one to get narrower, so the drop hits harder. I'll just do it like this for now, but maybe it'll flip around later, depending on what drop is gonna be after it. So towards the end, we want some stuff to come in. Let's see, maybe chorus. It also gets a little quiet at the end there. It gets a little quieter. Or is it me? Go to mono towards the end. Yeah, that is what I'm doing now, I think. Yeah. Oh, that's also why it gets quieter. But then we can add something to it to kind of make it get louder again. It gets almost mono towards the end. Let's go in here. Let's try doing this. Could be cool. Just don't like the oscillation that we get. Maybe if we go to 2. But then we don't get the... Then we don't get this, I think. Players additional voices of the unison +1, -1 octaves. Yeah, so if we have 2 voices, then it's still gonna be just a low one. Yeah. So we need more than 2. Maybe we just need 16. Yeah, it's that modulation that's happening because of this one, I think. Maybe it sounds good in the mix if we have it without. Let's see. It's not too bad. So maybe if we do this, and then let's add this to here, so that only on the end we're gonna hear it. See what happens then. Yeah, I don't like that extra oscillation that's coming in because of that sub oscillator. So let's remove it. Let's go to 3. It's better, but then at the end we need something to come up. Maybe this one, and then let's grab this. Envelope mode, 8 bars, and then right around here we want that to come up. So maybe somewhere in this area. And then I want, I guess, the mix of this one. And then we want quite a lot of detuning on that. It doesn't really do what I want it to do. Maybe if the rate is higher, a really high rate. Ah yeah, now it's starting to do what I want it to do. It's so annoying that I have to play it all the way from the start. Okay, it's a bit too much still, but bring this down a bit. That's better. It still ends a little weird, but that's because there's nothing after it, and then there's they all have a little bit of a different release as well. So I would just cut it short. I would just resample it at some point, just cut it properly. But what kind of drop, man? That's the main thing that we're dealing with now. What kind of drop do we want? Which might be for another stream. Which could maybe be tomorrow. If I feel like it. We need something more high-end thing here as well, like some kind of a lead element, some kind of a plucked, reverbed lead or vocal sound, if you get what I mean. I can quickly try something out. See if I can find something that works. Vocals contact maybe. Like those are... Drop that in a sampler. Sampler. and put a tuner after it real quick. If it wants to. So that's F. Should be good. I probably want to find a section that has a higher note, like a vocal that has a higher note. C is now D sharp. If I put this on C, it's G sharp, okay. Yeah, something with a vocal sound or some other sound. I'm not sure if I like those ones. Oh, that pattern is actually quite interesting. So maybe if I let's just see. Something like that. I can just take that one. Dun, dun, dun. That. Dun, dun. Not entirely sure yet about this layer, but whatever. Need something coming in. It doesn't have to be maybe this full pattern. It could also just be like this, right? That it just hits on the first beat. Like for instance, let's just move this aside. Let's grab this. Like just something simple like. While some other stuff is happening, you know? Could also be that there's other stuff doing something else here. Well, that just adds something on the first beat. But yeah, I'm not sure yet. Main thing I want to figure out is what we're gonna do for the drop, but I have no ideas for that yet. So like I said, maybe tomorrow. It's time for that. Really depends if I feel like it tomorrow. Yeah, that one I don't like yet. Where is it? Where is it? Right here. We need more shuffle in the drums, for sure. Like the ghost heads need, the ghost snares need to be I don't know, more maybe slightly different positions as well, but something is not right yet with the drums. Anyways, I'm gonna stop for tonight and think about some inspiration for tomorrow. And if I feel like it tomorrow, then I'll let you know in Discord. So, if you want to join the Discord, link will be in the chat. And if you want to help support, then you can support me on Patreon. And that link will be in the chat as well. Thanks for being here. I'll be in the Discord afterwards, after the stream. So if you have some more questions, then drop them in the Discord. Yeah, I'm gonna listen to some tunes and I'm gonna see if I can get some inspiration for this. I need like a good sort of like, I don't know, something like a good hook or a good melody that could be used in the drop for the bass, but then maybe also in the intro as like a higher lead. I'm gonna think about that. What could be good? Probably gonna bounce this to audio and put it on my phone and just listen to it while I'm not at home. Because that's usually when I get ideas. That's most of the time when I get those kind of ideas for like a good melody, and then I come home and I rush upstairs to not forget it while I'm humming the idea. Will probably be one of those. Anyways, thanks for being here. I'll see you all in the next one. If I don't stream tomorrow, then it will be somewhere next week, but for sure on Friday. So Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. If I stream tomorrow, I don't know what time it'll be. I'll let you know on Discord. So thanks. I'll see y'all in the next one. Peace.